Boah, das ist ja absurd.
Das hätte theoretisch schon wieder das von Wohnung reichen soll, aber das von meinem Büro bis ins Wohnzimmer ist wirklich jede normale Wohnung. All right, seems like we're going to start. Just letting someone confirm that my sound is good. All right, cool. Let's go start again. I'm back here a third time on the stream. Yeah, let's actually start with a little hand history review before we are going to play. And yeah, let's just start with number 1. Here we go, I got 20 hands. Let's just follow the action. So just gotta find in there. Again, we play big ante this time, I think. So it's 8 players, 400 in the middle with 3 blinds. I don't know whether that straddle is always on or not. So we gotta be aware of the big ante. It might give us an idea that limping can be cool. But yeah, just for the good price to see a flop there. We see an open raise. 830 seems very, very reasonable. Gotta do the exact math with all the money in the middle to have like something I can relate to that is the case in the games I normally play. So open race, and let's see, and we got a straddle defend, and I somehow have to, like, this is just his picture, right? He doesn't have pocket kings. We don't know the hands yet. So yeah, let's see. A board where obviously that sizing with that money in the middle, the straddle should defend quite a lot still, even though 830 into 200, but still calling 630 to play for that pot of 2200 is still a decent price. So I expect a wide defending range, obviously all pocket pairs, all suited stuff. Let me lower the camera slightly. And obviously lots of the Broadway stuff, and this is what we see here now, that lots of this Broadway stuff, I kind of count Jack 9, 9, 10 into it, hits something. Lots of gut shots possible, but the big blind could have all offsuit. So what I do like, we have multiple options here as the button. Small size is fine, attack like trash, and the big size is fine to attack exactly that. Start attacking a 3, maybe a weak 8, or the gut shots, right? What is the big blind doing now with Jack 10 no heart? He hates his life, and whenever we reach that point, it's pretty cool. So I like seeing this bet. Not necessarily if he has an 8 or if he has pocket queens, but with something, any bluff is reasonable with an overcard, or better equity, or obviously some kind of value that is a little vulnerable, like if he had pocket kings, for example. So let's keep going. Let's see the reaction and hopefully see the showdown. Now, obviously, this is very, very, very interesting. Obviously, the big blind has to call any 8, I would say, even though it's a strong sizing. But I just expect that a mid pair has to call against a 3/4 pot bet here. And as I said, the button does not necessarily want to have an 8, because just mid pair folding out a 3, what I just said, or folding out pocket 4s, pocket 5s to get called by a queen is not a great idea for an 8. So now something shifts here. The big blind, or I call it the big blind, that's what I'm used to, the straddle, the last guy who acted pre-flop, can definitely build a leading range, and actually put out big sizes as well. With 2 big sizes, we get easily all in. Let's say there's 5.2k in the middle. Let's say he bets 4k now. Then we got 13k in the middle and 11, 12k left. So very, very easy way to get directional in and pretty much pressure any queen. Finding bluffs is very easy here, given all the gut shots. So yeah, very interesting. We see the check now, which, well, you can't dong everything, but you can build a range, and the check is still standard. You can check with an 8, you can check with a queen, you can check with all the gut shots in the world with the flush draws, but you have to expect lots of checkbacks here, because it's just not button's card. And now we have a very interesting scenario, because how does Lichen 21-22's range look like? He can have maybe a 3. That's showdown value and probably checks. Maybe he can even go for a tiny, tiny block bet for value against like ace highs and so on. He can have a queen. He can go for some value, but because of the 8 on the turn, I think Jin88 Jin could actually check back lots of strong queens as well. So if you have like queen 10 here in the straddle, you don't want to like put too much money in and get called by queen jack and king queen, obviously. Or you have a bluff, and then you either just want to fold out trash if you have like 4 or 5 of hearts, or you have like 9-10 with 1 heart maybe. Yeah, or you try to really represent an 8 and try to make a queen fold or pocket jacks fold or something like that. So I think it's a very interesting spot for lots of sizings that could make sense. A small one, a medium one, and a very large one. And obviously when there is a large sizing, a check raise can be the case as well. If you have an 8 and you want to get maximum payoff from a queen, well, a queen will bet itself. So you should check, he bets the queen, and then you can decide which sizing you want to go with. Probably all in is a good sizing. So we see a half pot bet on the river here, and I kind of hope to see a check jam now. Regarding the calling action, obviously the button can get there with any bullshit. Right? Just c-betting jack 10 on the flop, checking back turn, not trying again. Folding out a 3, folding out ace high. So definitely we are not folding any queen here. But if we have like a 7x of flush draw, we sometimes need to call, sometimes need to fold something. So it's easy for the button to find enough bluffs. Now let's see, I want to see showdowns. We see the large check raise. Now he's representing 8 and nothing else. And we see, not nothing else, but stronger than that. And we see pocket kings. Wow, beautiful one, right? So now what I like doing, maybe to go a little deeper into theory, what I call it is, I call it the lookalike principle. So, or let's go step by step. Let's talk about the flop. I love the king's big bet on the flop. I think calling pocket 7s might be slightly too loose even, right? Yeah, against the big bet. I mean, 7s with a heart is close, but I don't mind folding. On the turn, check is standard. A small bet depends on how you want to build your donking range. A big bet doesn't make sense, so I think check is our preferred option. And then on the river, now coming to that, I call it the look-alike principle. I said that we sit there with like 7x of hearts. And what are we going to do with that? We check, right? So if we have pocket 7s that kind of looks the same way, then I definitely want to check and then check raise. My bluffs are very obvious. The ones with the 7x of hearts that play the same way sometimes. And yeah, Jin88 Jin. I think I like the flop play. I dislike the turn play, to be honest. Right? Again, here we could argue for the lookalike principle. If we have, let's say, the king of spades, something we probably want to keep betting. Where is your value coming from with pocket kings? It is coming from villain having a queen. And if he has a queen, you are not scared about getting check raised or anything. You want to maximize value. Maybe just one more street, maybe another one. But you are closing the door for something like that. Now you bet again, you are capped, and well, you're sometimes calling off, sometimes not. Are pocket kings a good bluff catcher here or not? Is the straddle guy calling often enough? You don't know the player, right? Some crazy people go for it for the bluff here all the time. Some others don't even think about bluffing. So he opened, like the button opened the door for having that here as an option. And yeah, the other argument could be that big blind or straddle sits on so many busted draws that he gets more value by checking back and calling a river or even thinking about raising. But I really do not like this argument because for bluff catching, we don't need a hand as strong as pocket kings. If you want to call the river against 9-10, jack 9, jack 10 because you think villain bluffs all the time, then take your freaking ace high and be a hero. So yeah, that's it. Very, very interesting hand. Let's just get to the next one. I think we start with the last, oh, like this. Well, let's take any hand is fine. So I hope you like that type of analysis. I just went for it on the go. And now this is another hand. Let's go with this one. This is very different. There's 40 in the middle. So this is pretty much an ante-only game. which forces us to limp just a lot, right? There's the price for seeing the flop is very, 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 very cheap. And yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look. So we see an open limp. This can be a super, super wide range. You want to trap aces, kings, queens, like lots of stuff. Even limping only in early positions can be a good idea. So I see it more a little hint as money in the middle, 40, and if you go to like some kind of normal game structure, is like blinds like 13, 26 when it comes to like risk rewards, right? So it's like small blind 13, big blind 26 if we only play like that, or we say like it's maybe 8-16 with this like full 16 ante in the middle. If this is your structure more, just to have an idea of how deep are we playing, right? Someone like this guy here on the right with the 634, is it more like, does it play like 30 big blinds, like 100 big blinds, like 10 big blinds? This is how I try to get closer, is like, are we stacking off pocket eights against him, or only like jacks plus ace king, or what, like how aggressive do we want to be? And this is the first chance to transfer a little when when you jump into a new game. So now we see limp, 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 limp. Let's see whether we'll face a raise or not. I mean, is it a large raise, right? It's like I stick to my 8-16 with the 16 ante. So this is like 4 big blinds with ante game. Seems very reasonable, right? So gives everyone like a solid, like a pot, could be like a pot raise. And if I stick to the 16, this year should play like 50 big blinds, what he has, and he faces a limp raise. So for 50 big blinds, I mean, obviously limp raising, I think the limp raise is clearly too big here. Just like doesn't give him a lot of room in position. You wanna be a little smaller here, give him a chance to call, and that you play a pot in position with your strong range. And yeah, let's see. He ends up calling, yeah, I mean, against that sizing, I wouldn't call too much and more play like a jam or fold game. I'm not calling like ace king, or like do I want to reach with like ace queen suited, pocket jacks, usually the hands we call first. And now I expect just a very high frequency under the gun, c-betting. He has aces, he has ace king, he has probably ace x as bluffs. You can have kings, queens, and that's about it. So just put out a tiny bet with your entire range. I would bet like as small as 10%. And now the other option is that people, I mean, I stick to that and bet my full range, keep it together. And the other option is that people just split it, right? They c-bet like ace king, they check back some weak ace x, like ace 5 suited, they check back pocket kings and queens, and they check back pocket aces as well, and then they play that on the streets. So let's see what we see here. So now I still think he has like kings, queens, or some bluffs that should clearly hit this board, like pre-flop bluffs. And then he has like ace x. Pocket queens should definitely go direction all in now. 140. Attacking like jacks. Like this is not kings. So actually this smells very, very trappy and nutty. If this is a bluff, good for him. And now, yeah, now it's probably not queens. We could, like, if he has king queen suited, something like that. I don't like the preflop call, to be honest. Then I should donk jam against any ace. But yeah, let's see. Jam. It smells a lot like a trap with that limp raise and now going for stacks on that run out. But let's see. Let's see. All right, ace queen. Yeah, okay. So the like not jamming ace king here. Well, let's go step by step again. Pre-flop, I think the limp raising from under the gun with ace queen here is overdoing it. It's just you isolate yourself. I mean, are you limp raise calling or folding? I don't know. Both is shit. And you isolate yourself just against better hands. Ace king not jamming and out of position playing there, mainly like 2/3 of the time you don't hit an ace or a king on the flop. Sucks. Just give him the bad price, right? You rather take down the dead money, even if his bluffs are something like queen jack suited, I don't know, like even ace 5 suited. You have it dominated, but still, like it sucks. So I clearly think not jamming ace king here is a mistake given those prices. I think limp raising ace queen is not a great hand selection. And then post flop, I talked about the options on the flop. And then on the turn, okay, it's kind of obvious that he has like he has the nuts on the turn, and that ace king call down, I think, is like, which bluff is he looking for? It's like one of those moments when you, like what I try to do in those bluff catching scenarios with tight ranges is like, I try to create the image in my mind which hand villain should have. And when I can't come up with a single hand I can think about, then I'm just never calling, right? So here is like, what should he bluff? Like check back king 9 suited. Like he's definitely not checking back that on the flop. I don't believe that he limp raises it, but like, no, doesn't exist. He checks back either kings or queens or an ace. This is what he has pre-flop. On the queen turn, betting and going like that, he's not bluffing ace king. He's not bluffing kings, like taking that as bluff. No, definitely not. So yeah, no bluff left. This is why I said it feels really trappy. Ace queen makes a lot of sense as well. But yeah, I don't like that hand at all. All right, let's go to the next one. We play this time, I got a 5, 10, 10. Check, no, that's not a straddle. It's just a blind, just joining the game. And we have 8 players, so it's like 25 ante, very big ante. Again, I gave you a little breakdown of how I see those ante games. We have an open raise here and a button call. And again, we had 200 in the middle to start with. That means like in my world, this is like a 40-80 with an 80 ante. So this plays like 40 big blinds. If I have jacks or tens, I'm 3-bet getting it in here all day long here. If I were the button, flatting is like 6s, 7s, 8s, ace, jack, stuff like that. Building a flatting range or building that the weaker I think the players behind are. So for me, it's very interesting what we are starting with on the button here as a calling range. All right, 5-way to the flop. Wow, ace 7 3. Let's have a look, right? So this guy limp calling, yeah, can be some suited aces, but probably for that stack that not ace jack, not ace queen, not ace king. This guy obviously can have any strong hand here, ace king, ace queen. This guy can have like ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 suited aces. And yeah, I mean, everyone can have sets. So I think for those here out of position, we should, like, good aces should be out. Like ace jack, ace queen should squeeze 100%, I would say. Ace 10 maybe even just plays very, very poorly out of position, potentially dominated. Yeah, so I expect high frequency C betting, still even 5-way from the cutoff with the small sizing, and then we figure out who is interested in the pot. Okay, massive mistake right here. Whatever hand this guy has, betting half pot 5-way on this board is just a mistake. Right? If I sit here with ace 10 on the button, I'm happily folding. Sounds stupid, I have a good top here, but what am I facing? Someone who is uncapped, who has a strong range, who bets into 4 people who could all have a 7 suited, ace 3 suited, pocket 3s, pocket 7s. That just tells me ace 10 is definitely not good. If he puts that bet out with jack 10, well, then he's just running into it way too often, right? It's just not giving himself a good price. Multi-way, you want to decrease your sizing. Always go smaller, as long as there are 4 or 5 people involved. Bluffs are very, very expensive because there's always someone having something. Okay, that guy calls, big bet. I think against that, he can build a small check raise strategy, but he can just call with good ace X, with obviously 7s and pocket 3s. Now check, check. I think the 7 should be a break. I mean, he can have some 7, 8 suited, but yeah. That looks a lot like a weak ace, which is fine, right? The last 2 act, you can call those ace X, because let's compare the spot of this guy who just puts out the 260 with the guy on the button. On the button, you're not only calling a half-pot bet, but you have the risk of 3 people with potential nuts behind. This guy betting the 260 on the flop has already the information that, like, he's heads up. 3 people folded already. So that's a very, very different information setting that he is having. And that obviously gives him a better price, right? No risk of getting raised and so on. And he can, like, if you want to call it bluff catch, right? Can do that. So let's see what's going on here. To be honest, it smells very, very trappy, and I expect to jam now. But yeah, it's like a small raise. What the fuck is that? Like, we have a freaking pot of 2,000. Someone bets like just over 10%, and the other guy raises non-all-in. This is just very, very wild streets, and definitely not like very good professional players. Yeah, and he folds. So now I want to see the hands. Just like some big bullshitting around. Okay, so now what we see is this guy went for no. Okay, first of all, we have the open raise, king, queen, that's fine. Jack 10 off as a flat is way too loose. Like, we had a limper before, he can be uncapped. We have people behind. Jack 10 off, that sizing, absolute trash hand. Overcall king 10 suited is fine. I think squeezing might be slightly better. Overcalling 6 deuce suited, we can argue about that. I mean, it's not a real big blind here because it's just all about the ante. And then limp calling ace 5 suited, I think, could be with his stack side is a better limp jam, to be honest. But limp calling is absolutely fine. Then his c-bet is okay-ish, 5-way, but it should be way, way, way smaller. And easy fold, easy fold, easy fold. Probably a call, ace 5, has some backdoor straights going on, has a top pair, obviously. And I like his river small bet as well. I just like the king queen on the turn is kind of a give up, and now he gets triggered by the small size. And actually, you chooses a bullshit sizing and get someone to fold. Like, don't fold to bullshit, guys. It's like if he has ace king and traps the turn, which doesn't make any sense because the 7 is more or less a brick. Yeah, then so be it. You call like this is like he's 1,000 to win a pot of 4,000. Like, you don't need to be good often. And he gave himself a very cheap bluff for that price for that bullshit bluff. So odds are a big deal. First of all, his story with king queen doesn't make any sense. Like, I expected maybe he's repping like some pocket aces. So be it. Then there's no hand where I like it. Like the big sizing on the flop. Maybe ace 7 of clubs and diamonds, just like sizing up on the flop, getting it in maximum against any ace. Before there are more cards, who knows, right? And then trapping the turn and then not going, like, it just never makes any sense. No, sorry. So really, this was an absolute bullshit gaming by king queen, which ended up winning because this guy believed him, even though I wouldn't know what to believe. Cool. I mean, now easy to see the hands, but yeah, it's like cool. Let's go to the next one. Okay, again, quick check. So 5-10 with the 25 ante. Again, I see the 200 in the middle. It's no 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 8 people. Yeah. I see the 200 in the middle. So I think it's like 40-80 with an 80 ante in the middle. Kind of the risk rewards. Obviously, it plays different with a big blind structure. But this is how I see it. So this guy plays 100 big blinds. This guy plays 50 big blinds. This guy plays 160 big blinds. This guy only plays 25 big blinds, if I'm right. Right? So something to keep in mind when it's about all-ins. All right. So again, we want to do lots of limping to give ourselves a chance to see a flop. Probably those selected hands, there's more happening. Let's see. So we have a 25-ish big blind stack. Open limping. And now we have a raise. That's kind of fine. In position. It's not too big. Now he limp calls out of position. You definitely want to have a wide limp jamming range here. And what you also want to do is probably you want to trap something, right? That you only call like pocket aces. You limp call it here, give him some room, because there's now 800 in the middle, and there's only 2.5 times your stack left. So there's no room for limp raising. Like your limp raise should be an all-in, and then you don't need the strongest hands in there. They don't need to pull out anything. So aces, kings, you can trap probably. It's more true if there's not another player involved. Multi-way always sucks a little, but yeah. Now the overlimp, and now we get the raise. Okay, that makes sense, right? So still first limper and the second limper now, he can have still strong hands. There's no reason why he should always raise them in that anti-structure, right? He's limping a lot of stuff, so he wants to limp some strong things as well for exactly that move. Right, so now he has the information. This guy probably is not that strong, maybe some traps. This guy can have all kinds of stuff. This guy didn't 3-bet, they are deep, so now maybe, sure, his ace-king wants to go with it, like his pocket jacks can raise, like anything is fine, and obviously his stack size is very easy to stack off. And yeah, if this guy is out, I have a very good feeling for this guy, because if anyone else enters now, if he enters, then I think he made a mistake and he should have 3-bet in the first place. And if he calls, then it would be like the trap, like the aces or something. I mean, he shouldn't have a calling range. Maybe aces are cool, but yeah, that's wild. He should just get it in. And yeah, now he has half pot left. I mean, not much room. I would size down a lot here and bet like tiny. He just puts it in, which doesn't make that much sense. In position, you want to play more streets, you want to play more in position, whatever you have. He might sit here on king, queen of spades. Why aren't you giving him a real decision? Right? Bet 10%. Do something. If he has an ace, he's going to call. But like calling, okay. Okay, we see some real bullshit gaming. Okay, so that limp raise with queen 9 doesn't make any sense. First, that limp with queen jack is okay. That overlimp with queen 9 is okay. That ISO with ace 9 is absolutely fine. Pocket 7s, yes, you can call. I slightly prefer the 3-bet, to be honest. Out of position, plays a little better. If he was the button, I would always call 7s. Then overcalling queen jack in that spot is not making you money with that stack depth. Hitting a jack and then queen or being very often dominated sucks. Okay, then queen 9 limp raise with some reads. It's just a random hand, just like he goes for it this time. Doesn't make any sense. And calling queen jack now, even though he's ahead and looks cool now, for having half stack left doesn't make any sense. And then just jamming doesn't make, like, any street is misplayed. The only guy who played fine is the guy with ace 9 who ISO raised and then folded to a limp raise. I think that's pretty clear here. All right, let's go to the next one. This was really so. Well, what's going on here? Actually, let me go. I go to the 20 and go backwards now. Maybe we see some more interesting hands there. The first one I liked a lot. Sorry for the back and forth. Now let's see. 1, 2, 35 in the middle. So 7 players with the 5 ante. Same structure all the time. So I'm not repeating myself over and over again. Lots of limping taking place. And we see an ISO 39, solid sizing, I would say. Limp call, again, this year should play like... Oh, my math is bad. What is it? Like, big blind should be about like 14, 15 in my world. So he plays like slightly over 50 big blinds. ISO call after limping. Anything is possible. I mean, he definitely wants to c-bet high frequency on ace 10. Attacking low pocket pairs, anything like suited connectors. He definitely has the strongest range here. Small sizing is good enough. He can take like his kings, queens, jacks, 10x, broadways, and just win the pot very often. And the check around can be anything. Those guys are a little handcuffed. They like, you don't even want to bet any ace. Right? Are you getting like three streets here? If you want to get it in with your ace 5 suited, you might have. So now the late bet 76. What was it, like half pot? On a card where nothing changed after check around, just tells you missed a bit bet in the first place, and now we're checking that king river, being scared of the flush. I think whatever he bet on the turn should maybe block bet again, even if he has like pocket jacks, being scared on the. I don't find a hand where I like checking flop and betting half pot on the turn. I just can't find any, and yeah, he can 100 into 300 in position on the river and then to an uncapped range. He can have kings, he can have ace king, can build a check jamming range. It's not like, if you have such a thin bet, then you rather check back and don't run the risk. So yeah. Now I'm expecting the check jam if this is in here. How would it be interesting otherwise? So, okay, he got the pocket kings, doesn't want to bet. You see that split? We see like, just like very, very face up. Someone checks on the ace high board. Okay, he has pocket kings. Then he bets the turn, and then on the river, he goes for the crazy trap. This guy with ace 5. I mean, river, check, raise, bluffing, no one is doing that. Just bet a proper amount. If villain has a king or has a 10 or 10 jacks or queens, and you might get a call. Or even check back. I mean, ace 5 is not really good value here. Limp call ace 5 is bad. Like, what I see so far is fancy play syndrome, I call it. Right? You make the super nuts, you play it fancy. Why not just bet big yourself with kings? Bet small on the flop, maybe small again on the turn. Freaking rip the kings and he will call off ace 5. Why give that ace 5 guy so many chances to just fold? Like on the river, he's just wrapping boats. And ace 5, if he doesn't believe in 2 bluffs, and I'm not believing in 2 bluffs in that line, could just easily fold ace 5. Right? If I don't have any reads that this guy's crazy. This guy's crazy, the king's guy. But yeah, lots of wild hands here. Lots of wild hands. Alrighty. Let's see the next one. 5, 10, 20. We open raise. 81. A mini 3-bet. So like, okay, this, like last time we've seen lots. I remember a couple of months ago, there were lots of solid and yeah, solidly played hands I liked. Here's like any action is like theoretically an absolute misplay. This sizing just cannot exist. Like 81 to 160, what should you fold? Like, I mean, no. No. Even if you have aces to keep him in, what is kind of a recreational player's thought often is like, no, you want to win money, right? It's like, here, it's correct if he stays in, and then you will probably complain if he sucks out on you with 3-4, right? So it's like, now half pot on that board, sure, it's fine. But now I'm talking, like, I always call it whenever something doesn't make sense, like on an earlier street, we are in the dark streets. It's like, this shouldn't exist, so whatever happens now is like, should be unseen. Should be, doesn't make, like, I don't want to discuss the turn bet anymore because the hand doesn't, at that point, doesn't make any sense. So yeah, he keeps betting, and he raises. I mean, I put him on a very strong hand just for that min raise and my population read over playing poker for a long time. That I think, okay, this is this thought of keeping someone in. If I don't see that like 5 times in a row, then he just does it with whatever, right? And then that raise usually is the sign, okay, you have aces and kings beat now. So, and then aces and kings always fall down. So my way would be really that we look into a set and aces here, but it can obviously be that he sits on 5-6 now this time, and it's whatever, a bullshit gaming again. But let's see. This is why I just want to explain why I'm not really going into detail here. Okay, so he does that mini 3-bet with pocket nines, which is probably one of the worst hands to go for that mini 3-bet, because your pocket nines definitely love to fold out Jack 10 offsuit, Queen Jack offsuit, Queen 10 offsuit. Lots of hands like that. And against half pot flop is obviously fine, half pot turn is obviously fine. ace-jack guy deciding to take a stand and then getting called down by pocket nines. Whatever, right? They don't believe each other. That's cool. Right? Ace-jack is not really bluffing. It's like, I want to represent something. He tries to move him off. Like, he's not really believing that he has like the nuts. That's a wild hand. But it starts with an absolute bullshit sizing of that pocket nines guy. And just for especially that's the important point here, right? It's not he kept them in the hand while being ahead with 53% equity. No, it's like you wanna, fold out hands that have high equity against you. And you want to get called by hands that have low equity against you. And their chance to fold out something like Jack 10 offsuit, Queen 10 offsuit, Queen Jack offsuit for a reasonable price. It's just exactly what you want to do while you get called by Ace 5 suited, pocket 8s, pocket 7s that you have crushed. So that is the big problem in that hand. All right, very low stakes game. If this is real dollars here, wait, now I kind of missed the action with that. Let's go back to, where is it? No, I don't want to replay. So this guy open raised to like 10 cents, and this guy called. And this guy probably limp called. Oh, definitely this guy called, and so now this is a donk. A big donk. It's tough to evaluate hands that do not make any sense, right? So usually he donks big. In a game like this, it means he has something. He connects to the board. It does not mean necessarily strength. It means I'm interested, right? This is how I see that. So it's either like 4-5, can be a flush draw, can be ace 3, can be pocket 7th that doesn't want to face a bet, can be a king. All of that is possible. Different player types play a little differently here. This guy obviously has something. Calling, and wow, small. Okay, this is now interesting. That small means I don't have king jack. It means I either have super nuts, I don't want to get you out of the pot, or I have something thin value like a 3, or I have something that wants to buy a cheap next card like a flush draw or 4-5. Everything makes sense in a way. Like using lots of different sizes and kind of telling what you are up to is always a big problem, because that can get exploited once you have a read once how people play. So I would actually read weakness in this as like a first thing, because I don't expect him to snap lead out pocket 3s, pocket deuces, king 3, king deuce suited. I mean, if he has that offsuit king 3, king deuce, then we're talking on another level. But so I like the raise. I would go another sizing, to just give me the all-in room. And now there's the flush card. And obviously now leading makes sense. This guy by no means should have a flush draw raising the turn there. So, we see the overbet, we see the all-in. So this guy is representing, like, he donks out, kind of having interest in the pot, goes small on the turn, wanting to see a tiny card, like a cheap card. This guy raises saying he's strong, and now saying he is better than a flush. This is what we are talking about here. Let's see whether they are all right, and they just all told the truth. He has interest in the pot, this is why he leads out. He calls because he has king. He sizes down because he doesn't want to invest much money, but wants to stay in the pot. A check call would be way better with his ace-high flush draw here. He raises because he freaking has a good king. And now on the river, he thinks he wins, leads out big, and he is better and gets the payoff. So very easy, straightforward hand. That doesn't make any sense on the theoretical level, but is something you will see in like amateurs and like recreational players do all day long, because in that world it makes sense. Okay, so it's like, it's just playing the hand, just the hand, not who is stronger, which board, and so on. It's like they look down at 2 cards, they see diamonds, they see a top pair, and go with that. Cool. Actually, I like this hand. I kind of like this hand, because it's so obvious. Everything is so obvious. Okay, so 5-10 again with a big ante as always. One drink out of the bottle. We see an open race. one call again here. This guy's playing like less than 20 big blinds in my world, if I kind of count that back. So for his risk reward, get that over. I would expect lots of rejams, right? Calling weak here doesn't make any sense. Now he has like SPR less than 3, so there's 475 in the middle, and he SPR for stack to pot ratio, so he doesn't even have 3 times the pot left, like 2.5 times. There's not much room. You can do that with pocket aces, maybe with pocket kings. It's trap again. Something that's just in between, like some king queen offsuit maybe, some king 9 suited maybe, just a little too weak to rejam. But something like ace jack, all in. Something like ace queen, all in. Something like pocket 7s, all in. Just plays way better, killing this guy's equity. So now we see a flop heads up, king 8. Nothing happens. C-betting is fine. Checking is fine with a mix of your hands. Check call. I think this hand, like, because it's so short, it cannot get interesting, really. Not possible. King 8, 7. What to put him on? He can still have pocket aces. He can have a king. I think it's rather unlikely. He can have a lower pocket, maybe, which would be not a good call pre-flop. And he sits on lots of ace highs. So I expect that he bets big now and we see a hero call maybe. But yeah, that's a small bet even. And a jam. Okay. Okay. It's like fancy play syndrome, right? Like, why not just put it in, right? No wait for the chance. Like, okay, this is quads versus quads. It's cool. Pocket 8's flatting here is not good. You wanna just jam again here. This guy can have, again, same reason, Jack 10, Jack 9, King Jack, that shouldn't call your jam, but has 50% against you. So yeah. Just not the best play with that. You want to make use of your short stack. Okay, so 5 cents, 10 cents, 30 cents. It's a smaller ante, is it? Yes, way smaller ante. Okay, so we'll see limp, which with that small ante, I think is not great. ISO by the small blind, and we'll see call. Okay, so we got a hijack limp call against the small blind. 9-8-7 is obviously probably hitting this guy very good. So putting out a 2/3 pot bet. You have ace queen, you have ace king, you have ace jack, you have king queen probably, and this guy has more of that stuff. So yeah, maybe lots of checking, maybe small betting. So big bet should be a mistake. Usually just means strength. People are not just betting big with king queen, so that means they have pocket 10s, pocket jacks, maybe a set, maybe jack 10, maybe a draw like queen 10, king 10. But usually that means strength. King shouldn't change much. He can obviously improve with some of his bluffs. That's it. Now potting, even sizing up. And a call and another king. Yeah, I expect that FBX guy to be really, really strong here. And this guy, sure, he can have 9-10. He can have ace-10 suited. He can have 7-6. 7 into 10. Interesting that he sizes down slightly, right? He went like 2/3 on the flop. He went pot on the turn. Now he bets 70% again. Not sure what that means, but I'm very, very interested in those sizing patterns always. Because, well, you can't look into people's heads, but what they show you with sizings is kind of what they think, right? You want to figure that out. Right? For some people, just big means strength. That means, okay, he would just scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. And this is obviously not like, he bets 7 into 10, and you have like 30 left. There's one size. There's freaking one size, and that is not 15. So, yeah. Obviously, he represents super nuts, but king 7, yes. Oh. Okay, so 9-8. I mean, obviously, this limp call is not good. Ace king betting big on 9-8-7 is not good at all, because what is happening? Not that I mean, obviously, ace king is an okay hand. You can make top pairs, but what is happening? You are folding out king queen. You're folding out ace queen. You're folding out whatever, right? anything that you have dominated, you are freaking folding out. You want that to go check, check, hit an ace on the turn, get 2 big streets against ace queen. This is your freaking plan. And yeah, turn, he hit something, that's why he sizes up on the river. Maybe he puts villain on a 9 on 9-10 and wants the call. And obviously the min raise on the river is just a freaking nuts. Yeah. I think, again, another easy fold here in that spot. And he should always jam, but I accept that for now. I accept that. Okay, let's see the next one. Got 10 more minutes of reviewing before jumping into the action. I kind of feel like I want to play now. Oh, sorry, just clicking some stuff on the side. So what happened here? We have an open raise. No, here a raise, a 3-bet. A mini raise is 3-bet. Oh yeah, this is the straddle. Now I got it. Open raise, a call, and now the straddle last to act. See a 9-8-3 board, 3 ways. And we again have 1 shorter stacked, but it's still decent, and the straddle leading out. So there's no freaking reason to lead out on 9-8-3. So this is again the thing we have seen with ace-6 suited, ace-6 of diamonds before. Someone is interested in that pot. This guy does not have king-5 of hearts. 100%. Right? So just, yeah, tells you something about his hand strength even before you needed to act. Right? Makes it cheap for you instead of like bluffing something. You can just let it be, right? You can have some folds with your weakest hands, which is actually good, right? Instead of bluffing into his 9 or something, right? So that's the big upside for you. If they tell you something before you even act and they are not really strong on that board. And obviously the other side, if you note that, you know that they are full of shit when they check. Or more often, right? So a raise, just saying, okay, sir, you might have a 9 or an 8. I do better than that. Good luck. And now the cold call of that on that board with that stack left, I think he should rather go with his hand or not, right? He will have pot left. Or if this guy overcalls less than pot, which card is he hoping for? I mean, if he has a flush draw, maybe he has some fold equity, maybe he wants to run. Does he want to check fold the turn? Not good with that stack. Leading would now make sense because actually this guy just cold calling here, this action should have the strongest hand on average, right? Just having a 9, sure, could be. Having a set. Ace-9 flush draw. Yeah, I mean, I think you still should just jam that because like seeing a jack, queen, king is not good for you. And yeah, so that's clearly a mistake. And that king-queen flush draw, you can raise that donk bet, but you should definitely check back that turn. You're just getting, like, you're folding even out like a 4 or 5 of clubs if villain decided to call that. You're folding out like maybe a jack 10, 10-7 of nothing. Yeah, you get called by exactly that, or everything that has you beat. That king-queen jam is not good on the turn, even though it was like, he wants to get it in on the flop. No, but the 9 on the turn just changes quite a lot, right? It's only 1 card left for you to hit a flush. Your queen or a king is not a nut out, I mean nuts. But villain might have a 9 already, so your equity just decreased by a huge margin. So yeah, not great. Am I a little too rough with the guys? I mean, we are playing small stakes here, but still I want to show like why some things are the mistakes. So pointing that out in a clear way is I see as my job here. All right, so we got 5 cents, 10 cents, again with a smaller ante, I think. And someone plays $1.50 total and open raises to 30 cents, so 15 blinds. Yeah, I would open raise a little smaller or just implement a jamming strategy this year. I don't know what that is leading to with this stack size because raise folding for that price doesn't seem like a great strategy. And if you are raise calling anyways, then you better jam yourself. Have fun playing with pot size left in that spot. Okay. I feel like I will not talk too good about this hand either. So we're 4-way on an ace-6 4 flop, 151 or 148. I don't even know in the middle. Check, check. Those guys are deep. That makes it interesting. Those two guys should not really trap on such a drawy board. So now Stoked Fish and this chicken guy, they shouldn't have any like sets or two pairs. Obviously, this guy with $1.20 can have everything. And again, here we see, I think, a slight mistake. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Those capped themselves. Before I said like big bets multi-way do not make sense. But now those guys are not really part of the equation anymore when it comes to really, really strong hands. Sure, they can have ace-9, pocket nines, but that doesn't happen too often, right? So his big sizing is okay. He probably has an ace and just played it that way, which is also fine. And he, well, connects with the board. Let's see. Another call, okay? Very, very interesting, right? So we have a pot that is protected. I call it protected when someone is all in, where we know he has something. So the thing is that bluffing doesn't make sense, right? If this guy sits on 7-8, he might want to bluff this guy off, but even if that works out, he doesn't get anything from the price. So just bluffing doesn't make any sense. And when bluffing doesn't make any sense, why should the other guy ever call? Right? So it's like, it only makes sense, betting only makes sense when you have a good chance of having this XD007 guy beat. And I think it only makes sense to assume that he has either 9x of flush draw or an ace. I would go with an ace most likely, given he open raises 15 big blinds. So yeah, I think that's what we should work with. So we need an ace or better to bet on the river. Yeah, so I think small sizes to still force villain to call makes sense. And yeah, let's see. It's a very, very special spot. He just jams. So he represents super nuts, which he unfortunately does not have. So he has the nut flush draw. And he runs into that, right? So now again, we see playing the hand syndrome. Pocket nines, I think, should have raised the turn because any river card, a 5, a 3, a deuce, 7, an 8, a 10, a heart, changes nuts. Stoked Fish has nuts on the turn in a protected pot. So he has the problem that if the other guy, even if he has 7, 8 of hearts, if the river is a brick, this guy should just check fold. So there's not more money expected against the big blind when he has a draw. So you rather want to charge him for that. Absolute mandatory to raise those pocket nines on the turn. For those reasons, protected pot. And here the next mistake is on the river. Ace-6, sure, if villain is bad and just calls off an ace in that spot, you can just jam your ace-6. That's very good. But if you want to keep your range together, right, how you bet your other ace-x, then you should do the same thing, right? You bet small, and then villain can raise with worse, or find bluffs, real bluffs, and this is the way you make your money. Just jamming, you can just happily fold everything that is not having like super nut speed. I mean, he just called the super nuts, which is great. He shouldn't have that. He should raise turn, but yeah, that is a wild hand. All right. Actually, let me ask whether we are ready to play. And while I wait for that confirmation, I just do one more hand, right? 1 hour in, that was the plan. Let's do bomb pot. Let's go. Let's see a bomb pot. So for everyone who doesn't know what a bomb pot is, I think all of you know anyways, is we get delta flop and everyone has any 2. So what is the case here? We have 8 uncapped ranges. Everyone can have aces, everyone can have kings, everyone can have a flush draw, anyone can have 7 deuce offsuit. So now what is important here, it's position. It's absolutely position that how much information do you have? This guy is running into 7 uncapped ranges. If he has ace queen, good for him, but who knows, right? So many 2 pairs are there. If everyone checks and the button has ace queen, that's a great feeling. So actually, I know some people who worked on bomb pots is a very, very good simplification is just to check the first positions just always. Don't give out any information. Most of the time you have nothing, so most of the time you are checking. And you see what happens and then decide, right? If you check, and let's say this cat guy bets, you have ace queen, this cat guy bets, this guy raises, this guy calls, we can just fold. If everyone checks and the button just stabs small, our ace queen relatively is a very, very good hand and we can start raising. So this we want to play, it's a game of information. We want to get as much information as possible while following our incentives. Let's see. It would be fun to see the cards first now, because so many we can't remember. So first 3 positions check, which they should do quite often. And now we see something that is very, very not good. Into still, we said like this, these guys should check all the time, kind of. Probably they are not doing it, but still. Into those protected ranges, he's betting half pot. And I told you already like 4-way that I didn't like that. You should go way smaller here, way smaller, if you were ever to bluff. If you have flush draw here and bet that, someone raises, you're just, what are you going to do, right? So this just either you always have like strong top pair plus here, and then you really can't bet often, or just, yeah, you're punting out money with your bluffs. Right, so call, I think, here you could argue for a jam only strategy already with that money, right? There's like 1280 plus the 640 in the middle, and he plays 24 total. So yeah, calling with 5 people left to act. I don't know, what are you waiting for, right? So short stacks are very, very powerful in a bomb pot. Another king, very interesting. I mean, any king that is not king X of hearts is snap fold on the flop with 5 people left. Like a king is not good here. So he shouldn't have many kings, just the king of hearts. And this guy seems like he's ready to, oh, this guy is in the hand. I missed this guy. Wow, okay. Thought like it's just over. Not that interesting. Okay, this guy, sure, king X of hearts comes to mind, a good ace. And now he donks half pot. And we see the jam. And what's going on? We see the fold. So, all right, what are we seeing here? I mean, king X of hearts should be what he has. King. So he has the super nuts. He just bets out. This ace 4 call is absolutely bad. King queen, easy call. I think I would prefer turn lead, actually. You're just beat by boats. And then on the river, yeah, I mean, half pot. Why donking the river? Is the queen a game changer? I mean, you have any king beat anyways, and you lose to, well, any boat, any other boat, like king 5 you have beat now. So the queen is not really changing anything. So I would rather like a turn lead, or just keep checking the river and then go from there. Obviously that you lead and find the fold against the jam, I love to see it. This is really, really strong. And I think actually this is too much. That villain could have like pocket 5s or something like that and puts you on king jack of hearts. But yeah, really, really strong bomb pot going on here. But the big mistake here is again the ace king, the big bet on the flop, just showing that you have it. I mean, it works, right? If people end up calling ace 4 against you, that's beautiful. All right, so now I got some help to go back to the table, and we go from there. So if he can hear me right now, Mickey, it's your job. All right. Anyone there to join? I'm sitting here. No one came here to play? Makes me a little sad. Little sad. Yes, we all want to see some good poker game. Last times we had nice six-handed tables. Is it yeah? Let us know. Is it too high? You want to play lower? Is it too low? You want to play higher? Is it the wrong format? We want to play. maybe as a little motivator, last time I was playing, I lost. So it's not like you sit down and lose all the time. So I never played that format with big ante before. Alright, let's talk a little. I mean, I need someone to play with me. It's just actually reviewing a little of my last session on the side. But yeah, that's different type of games. So here I came here to play. And yeah, let's talk about last times maybe. Do I still have a file? No, no file. Actually, what I did all the time was, maybe that's interesting, how I go to a session like that is, maybe you can see that if I make it small enough there actually, is that I open up, what is this here? Some computer crash down stuff. Okay. Is that I open up a file and first I write down some things. I hope you can see that. It's like game type, blind ante. We're like, let's say for, I think, what are we actually playing? I don't even know. 10, 20, and 50 ante, something like that. 10, 20, ante 50, something like that. So 8 players should lead to 430 in the middle, right? So this is what we talked about in the review a little, that actually, since I never played that game and I never played that big ante, it changes odds and not equity, but like odds and the equity you need to call, like defend a big blind and so on, is that I do some simple math to understand the situation I'm in and transfer it, or that I can transfer it from situations I know. Right, so here what I do is just like I divide it by 3, and then we call it a normal small blind. In a small blind, big blind, no ante game, right? So here that would be, if my math is correct, 143, and then we have the big blind, 286, right? So that would be it. then my 20k would be like, I sit there with 20k, I guess, right? So 20k, now this time I pull out a calculator, right? Would be, what happened there? Would be like 70 big blinds, 69 point something, so 70 big blinds. I think that's exactly the frames you can see in a non-ante game, or I divide it by 5 in like a full big blind ante game that I know, like full big blind, but only posted by one player. So that would be then 86, right? 86 small blind, 172, 2 plus 172 ante, and that would be, and I play like 116 big blinds. So this is my first preparation, and sometimes I need to look up that I'm not blinding out. If someone of you, oh, now I blinded out. Here we go. We got someone. Let's go. Welcome, CSSSS. So now you know what I'm doing. Let's double check here. Now you do 44, and there's infinite money in the middle, so I'm definitely not folding a single hand here. I can tell you that. Price was way too cheap. And now I could do the same for heads up, but this is tough on the side. But now I'm really full of shit. So, my preparation to understand the game I'm in. So every one of us posts 50 ante. So that's like 130 in the middle now. And 130 in the middle. So that's like 40 big blinds. So I want to go like 100 maybe. Maybe I go like 100. Let's see what the hotkeys tell us. And one more. The more the better. So this is why this half pot and 3/4 pot buttons are good. 3/4 is kind of big, half pot is kind of small. And yeah, let's go. So great that we found some. We got half pot bet. I call. XDD NDN. Another check, and now you bet 200. I bet half pot. 400 now. So can I show cards? 8 of diamonds. I want to show the 8 of diamonds. Here we go. So because of that anti-structure, oh, it's a 6-handed table actually. I was talking about 8, right? So the shallower we are, so the less people we are, the more so this year, actually bigger are our stacks, right? Because oh, what we got here, ace jack 4. I will check this back. It's because all the ante of all the people will blow up the pot quite a lot. You go with 95. I'm in. And I think I'm beat, but I cannot bluff this one. Maybe I win sometimes. 6-5. Oh, yeah. Okay. Nice hand. Well, it's not different blind versus blind, because those 20 that the big blind invested are really nothing. My size was too big. Actually, I wanted to go one smaller. It's about stealing the ante in the middle. Right. Almost same board. What did we have? Like ace jack 4 did we have before? This time I'm betting. Ace queen 6 this time. Ace Jack it was. I had King Queen, right? I didn't hit anything. Okay. You win. Ace is good. Oh, we lost one. Okay, XDD and the end. Seems like you win every pot against me, so heads up is what we are going to do. But again, I hope for a full table. Full table is full fun, so that's the plan. You limp. I should check. Yeah. I can't win against you. I just can't.
Sam und Noah wissen, wie man mit wenig Einsatz noch mehr rausholt. Ihr bester Hack? Vinted. Du kannst Sachen hochladen, aus denen deine Kids rausgewachsen sind und mühelos Geld verdienen. Ohne Verkaufsgebühren. Du nutzt es nicht? Verkauf's einfach. Hol dir die Vinted-App.
Du hast, was diese Kanzlei braucht, Abigail. Macht mich stolz. Family Law. Jetzt.
Die Bundesliga live auf Sky wird präsentiert von Tipico Sportwetten.
Die TSG auf eine Position verändert. Solai kommt etwas überraschend in die Dreierkette, weil Kabak verletzungsbedingt fehlt. Also nicht Akpoguma, sondern der ungarische Nationalspieler an der Seite von Brooks und Vogt. Davor alles unverändert. Sko, Grilic, Kader Žábek, die zwei Achter heißen Stach und Prömel und vorne dann der Go-To-Guy, Maximilian Bayer und Wout Weghorst. Der eine 6-Treffer, der andere 0-Treffer, aber Weghorst arbeitet enorm für diese Mannschaft und das alles in Abwesenheit. Tja, man muss schon sagen,
all in, that's too much. All in is too much. Want to show? Ace.
Andre Kramaric,
those cards. Ace 6-4 with 2 clubs is the board we would have got. Okay, no, I don't want to have that board.
War ja lange nicht klar, ob es nur ein Hämatom ist. Kramaric konnte lange nicht laufen, dann war er bei der kroatischen Nationalmannschaft, die dort einen Riss des Muskels feststellten. Die Hoffenheimer bestätigen trotzdem ihre Diagnose. Bleibt abzuwarten, wann Kramaric wieder zurück ist. Und die Frankfurter, ja, eingangs erwähnt, Trapp musste passen kurzfristig, Götze musste passen aufgrund der Geburt seines zweiten Kindes. Und insofern bekommen Graal und Ansgar Knau vorne den Zuschlag in der Startelf von Dino Topmöller. Shaibi neben Knauf auf der Achterposition und eben dieser Shaibi hatte die ganz große Möglichkeit, schon nach wenigen Sekunden hier auf 1:0 für die Frankfurter zu stellen. Nach einem Fehlpass von Brooks war dann Baumann im 1-gegen-1. Klar der Sieger gegen den jungen Algerier. Wer weiß, wie es gekommen wäre, wenn die Eintracht hier in Führung gegangen wäre. Das alles im Konjunktiv. Baumann,
more players joining? I mean, this doesn't look too scary what we are doing here right
Bayer, das Tor und wir stürmen an die alte Försterei zu Frank Buschmann. Union gegen die One-Man-Show aus Stuttgart.
Lass mir das den Sebastian Hoeneß nicht hören. One-Man-Show. Klar, es ist die Saison des Serhou Guirassy bisher. Aber Hoeneß legt immer wieder Wert darauf, dass der nur so brillieren kann, weil der VfB als Mannschaft so hervorragend funktioniert. Die Unioner mit 4 Veränderungen im Vergleich zum letzten Auftritt in der Fußball-Bundesliga. Da liegt das besondere Augenmerk auf Knoche. zentral in der Dreierkette und davor zentral im defensiven Mittelfeld Khedira. Die beiden nach Verletzung wieder da und vorne, also Fortusa und Haberer, da an der Seite von neuen Nationalspieler Kevin Behrens. Kevin Volland mal wieder von Beginn an. Das hat es bisher einmal in dieser Saison gegeben. Gegen Leipzig, da ist er hier vom Platz geflogen. VfB Stuttgart mit 2 Veränderungen im Vergleich zum 3:1 gegen den VfL Wolfsburg vor 2 Wochen. Ito und Stenzel auf der Bank. Mittelstädt und Zagadou dafür in der Startelf bei den Stuttgartern in den grün-schwarzen Trikots. Anfangsphase hat Union Berlin hier etwas mehr vom Spiel, aber wir haben noch keine wirklich gefährliche Strafraumsituation gehabt. Das kann sich jetzt eventuell ändern. Mio ist in der Mitte. Das war Leveling und in der Mitte mit der 8 Mio, der da lauerte. Und hier Jamie Leveling. Mittelstädt, linker Außenverteidiger, Zagadou, einer von 2 Innenverteidigern, an seiner Seite Anton und rechts spielt der junge Anthony Rouault beim VfB Stuttgart, der im 4-2-3-1 agiert und jetzt die erste Ecke bekommt. Die nehmen wir noch mit, dann gehen wir nach Wolfsburg zu Martin Groß gegen Bayer Leverkusen. Stiller wird ausführen für die Schwaben. So, und da haben sie natürlich mit Girassi, aber auch mit Rückkehrer Zagadou, kopfballstarke, physisch gute Männer jetzt vorne drin. Stiller. Gut, mit der Ecke kann keiner wirklich was anfangen. Ergibt sich noch irgendwas raus? Nee, wir gehen nach Wolfsburg.
In Wolfsburg hätte sich nach nicht mal einer Minute für den VfL was ergeben, aber nur fast. Vielleicht haben wir die Gelegenheit, da noch mal drauf zu schauen auf die bislang beste Gelegenheit in einem Spiel, das Wolfsburg sehr munter begonnen hat mit dieser ersten Arnold-Möglichkeit. Dann aber hat sich das durchgesetzt, was Niko Kovac schon vorher angekündigt hat. Wir müssen vor allen Dingen konzentriert verteidigen. Und so sehen wir Leverkusen in Himmelblau mit knapp 80% Ballbesitz und trotzdem immer mal wieder ein bisschen schläfrig. Aber gucken wir auf diese Arnold-Gelegenheit. Da waren, wie gesagt, keine 60 Sekunden gespielt. Radetzky
Tor in Sinsheim
macht das nicht so richtig gut. Arnold dafür besser. Glück für Leverkusen und Tor in Sinsheim.
Ja, und was die einen können, das können wir auch, Freunde der gepflegten Fußballkunst. Ein langer Ball von Jens Kral und ab geht die wilde Fahrt mit Omar Mamouche. 1:1. Das heißt, die beiden Torhüter haben jeweils einen Assist auf dem Konto. Jens Kral unter Druck. Da schauen Sie mal auf Brooks. Der schaltet einfach ab und verlässt sich auf Oliver Baumann. Tja. Und dann ist er verlassen, weil Omar Mamouche durchläuft, nochmal den Haken schlägt gegen den US-Amerikaner und eiskalt bleibt im 1:1. Zweites Saisontor für Omar Mamouche und er im 14. Bundesliga-Auftritt mit 35 Jahren kommt dann doch noch zu Ehren einer Vorlage. Das ist mal hier ein Auftakt und jetzt zurück nach Wolfsburg.
Kommen wir zurecht, um Wolfsburgs vielleicht zweite Möglichkeit zu sehen, aber das war technisch nicht ganz sauber von Jonas Wind, der bis hierhin noch nicht in Erscheinung getreten ist. Boniface aus dem Abseits heraus mal mit einer Chance, aber zurecht zurückgewinkt und da ist er wieder. Boniface.
Right, now you should hear me as well.
Schöne Übersicht! Und ist der drin oder nicht? Doch, Tor! Leverkusen führt! Und was haben die Herren im Studio vorhin
analysiert? So let's go.
Leverkusen auch zu
You own me so far.
Unter anderem über die schnellen Außen. Boniface bereitet es vor. Und Jeremy Frimpong verändert das Spiel, ja, aber veredelt dann die Vorarbeit. So, da sind 6 Wolfsburger hinten, aber keiner fühlt sich zuständig für Jeremy Frimpong. Den muss man auch erstmal so dann aufs Tor bringen. Ich würde jetzt mal sagen, auch ohne Torlinientechnik war das ganz gut zu erkennen, dass Pavao Pervan da hinten einen Tick zu spät kam, fliegt da gar nicht hin, versuchte ihn da wegzugreifen und kommt damit zu spät. Womit wir beim Thema Aufstellung sind, da muss ich noch mal kurz drauf eingehen, wenn wir hier den Assist von Boniface sehen und Frimpongs drittes Saisontor.
Check.
Fraglos drin. Pervan für den verletzten Castells in der Mannschaft des VfL Wolfsburg. Da unten sehen Sie das grafisch bestätigt. Ansonsten Systemveränderung beim VfL. Der versucht hier mit einer Fünferkette, also 3 Innenverteidiger, Jens und Bornau, sind auch neu drin. Das hat bis hierhin ganz gut funktioniert. Aber die Aufteilung eben, die Übersicht eben, ist da komplett verloren gegangen. Und deswegen führt Leverkusen 1:0. Erste Chance, erstes Tor. Die Effektivität auch eine große Stärke dieser Mannschaft im bisherigen Saisonverlauf. Einmal mehr vorgeführt in Minute 13.
Freiburg!
Oh, jawohl, das ist ja mal ein Auftakt in der Konferenz.
Oh, one more CSS back.
Tor gegen Christian Streich von ihm.
Okay, the 2 of us again. Let's go. Ooh, what a river. Ay, 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 ay. Lucky me. Far, this XDD guy plays really well from what I see. So good to see, always good to see. And CSSSS, we still got to see a showdown or a hand at least. So let's see. Go. Okay. Nope, nope. Still 3 open seats. I would love to see some more guys join. Okay. Ooh. That was a lucky run out. I thought I don't like clubs. Oh. Back to heads up. Ah, nice hand. That hurts. Wanna see. I see. Nice hand. Nice hand. It's close. I think I just fold. That's yours. Really nothing. Welcome. How can I call you? What's there in the picture? I don't see really. Okay, so let's play some short stack poker. That's also interesting. Not what I prefer, but yeah. We got 180 in the middle, 2000 stacks. It's not too bad. Oh no. Good luck. Ooh. Nice hand. Ah ja. Okay. That hurts. Ah. Welcome. Oh no. Ay, 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 ay. Nice hand. Ay, ay, ay. Ooh. Oof. Oh boy, half pot, no. Ah, I folded 2 pair, and now I'm unsure. Nice hand. Oh, 50% on the turn. That's rare. That's very rare. Good luck. Low. Low. low card. That's a very low card. Oh, I run good. I run good against you. Ah ja. Nice hand. Oh, welcome. Welcome, Mr. Aces. Hopefully no aces all the time. Okay, seems like I win every flip here, and the ones where I'm like having less equity, it's a little I'm a little afraid. I'll take a quick bathroom break and then we hope for some more action. All right. We are some more players, guys. I can't win all the flips all the time, so don't worry about those. I mean, I keep trying. Okay, then back to what we were talking about. Anyways, I think maybe I explained a little how I just approached that. If you're new to the stream, before I had some action, actually I need to see the table. How do I do that? To show this and to see the table. Something like that maybe. So I see when if someone joins, I think I don't need much more space than that. So yeah, I was talking about the blind structure that changes a lot here, right? So now we can take that game because it is 10, 20, 50. So heads up, we had 100 ante in the middle, plus the blind, so 130 in the middle, which in my world equals like, what was it? Like 43.3/86 blinds, right? So obviously all the blinds and the calling is very, very different. But when we talk about all-in situations, the risk reward is not dependent on like whether the blind is like 10 or 20 or it's 40. It's about the overall money in the middle. So what you have seen me doing was actually quite some rejamming, where I was just putting things all in. We're like, we have like a $2,000 stack. 2,000 stack and a stack of like 3,000 at some point, and I was even jamming three-way, where three-way, it was the following. There was 3 times the ante plus the blinds with like 180, and you can say like if this was no blind action, it would be like 60, 120. So this here, in my mind, in no blind action, then is oh no, I'm really bad with the math. It's like, is that 17.5 blinds? And this here, 25 blinds. Can that somehow be correct? Not really, right? Like, oh, this is tough when you never do it. So I want to be sure. It's 16.6. I thought it's like 17.5. Sounds wrong. So like this, it fits, right? To each other. And this led to my rejamming, right? Even though obviously they were not open raising to something like big-ish, right? If the blinds are actually 60, 120, you get an open raise to like 250 or something like that, then you rejam 2000. Here the open raise was maybe something like 120, maybe 150 we have seen. So the risk reward is slightly worse, but still, especially against the one situation where I rejammed my, I don't know, pocket fives, my ace 10, my, what else did I rejam? Ace 6 I rejammed once. This was like closer to a situation that I know from the normal poker games that I play. That is like 18 big blinds, maybe 20 big blinds, same risk reward. And here I think that people might, because of the anti-open raise, looser. And I think there's a chance that people are not calling enough. So yeah, that's a big upside for me. I think it's just not likely that people call off their King X suited enough. They are, I don't know, Queen Jack suited, something like that. So yeah, that's something that I tried to put on the tables here, adjusting to the game. I was obviously hoping to get a full table of six people, but then it would be way closer to what I'm used to. Hopefully some deep stack, but now it was yeah, short stack poker in a format I don't know. And this is how I try to get closer to what's going on, right? So if some of you were surprised why I'm just jamming for that much, right? Obviously, if you see only the big blind 10-20, you think like I have 100 big blind stacks with 2000, but that's not really how it should be played. So yeah, it's about the risk reward. And maybe what else? Yeah, before that, there's a little intro into how I approach games like that I've never played before. And yeah, besides that, I think I played here on stream 2 times already, or 4 days. And it was always good action, no clue what's going on today. And then playing very unknowns in a very different format is tough. So what I would do, or what I did there, is actually have a list of players, right? That I have that on the side. that was not necessary today for 2 or 3 players and for short stack, because the big river decisions I didn't need, right? We're like, say I write down like that, player 2, player 3, and then I'm not writing down like open raises, king 6, offsuit, blah blah, like doesn't matter, right? What I try to get is, if I get into tough big decisions versus that guy, to have any knowledge that helps me, right? I don't need to figure that. I won't play him for the next 100 days, so his exact what he's open raising or like, it doesn't matter. It's about looking into his brain. Is that someone who goes for it? Is that someone who gives up, right? Someone who gives up every small spot usually gives up the big spots even more. If someone tries to beat the pro, right? To just sit down there to beat me in a pot and bluff me, you see it in the first 3 small pots, and then he might go for it, right? He might have it, but still there's a chance he goes for it in a big one as well, right? So there were like more notes like playing his hand, right? Where like, I know if it gets big and he does something, it can just fold, or tries to outplay me whenever I show weakness. Something like that, right? It's like, I bet small, he check raises. I bet small, he check raises. And I've seen bluffs. I bet river, he calls, right? It's like even bluff catching can be that. Player 3 was like one, I actually won the biggest pot, I think, against, where I can tell you the hand history, where doesn't want to get bluffed by me. Right? You think, okay, he's the pro, he might have bluffs and so on. Where we were playing super deep. It was like 300 big blinds deep in a normal non-ante structure. And I can tell you the hand. What was the hand? Is Steffen opened low jack with pocket 3s. And this guy, player 3, defends big blind. And flop was ace 9-3 with 2 hearts, or I can make the ace of hearts, 9 of spades, 3 of hearts. So set for me, okay? And now this guy, I have that note, doesn't want to get bluffed by me. So it's like, doesn't make sense to bet small. No, this guy won't be crazy check raising and so on. So he checks, I bet big right away. He calls. So what does he have? He either has an ace, or a flush draw, or a 9. And now we get the perfect card in the deck. Just I sometimes double check for players. Turn, ace of hearts, 9 of spades, 3 of hearts. Turn is the 9 of hearts. So flush is possible, trips are possible. He might read me on a bluff, on whatever. This is his type. But moreover, his 9 is trips now, and flush draw is a flush now, and people are not folding trips or flushes. So he's super protected, and now I'm using a sizing that doesn't make any sense in theory. No way I could ever bluff like that, but against this player it was perfect. I bet like 175%. Right? It doesn't make any sense. It's so obvious that I always need to have it if you're a little deeper into poker, into poker theory. Seen something blinking? No. He calls. River, and I'm just like, River, I don't give a shit. I put him on a 9 or a bluff. Deuce, I don't know, 8, 7, nothing relevant. He checks. I jam like 250, I think 250 to 300% pot. Or I don't know, like 300 big blinds in that game. It was like pretty big then. And to my surprise, he didn't call a flush or a trips. Dylan calls ace-6, no nothing. So like a random top pair, where if I played that hand correctly, right, just like betting normal size on the turn, expecting his flushes maybe to raise, sometimes get the money in like that, and then river betting, I don't know, some normal big bet, I would have won like just a third of what I won now. So more or less like that. Where this year is something I try to get as early as possible. Right? So maybe if the guy who I was playing the most with, I forgot the name, if he was in that seat here, then I figured that he wasn't bluffing. He checked down lots of 10 highs and some 8 highs. Maybe he had a small bluff here and there that I didn't see, obviously. But I've seen lots of bluffs that I think he should have made, but he didn't. So that is something where like, okay, this will be even more in big pots. So that is like, he won't get much payoff from my side. It's like, yeah. And I think in that one spot where I had Queen 10 top 2 on a 3 diamond board, turn, we check flop, and then he starts raising the turn against a big bet. I'm pretty sure he showed the 6 of diamonds, then like 95% he had that flush and trapped the flop. Instead of like, this just doesn't fit to what I've seen that he would ever bluff there at turn 6. Like, it would be a cool bluff, but just doesn't fit, right? And people are just what they are. So I know that, for example, about myself, that I needed to learn to bluff. I'm a nit at heart. I love folding. Not anymore though, but in the beginning. So it's something whenever I'm somewhere unknown, like some unknown big spot where I don't know the theory, I tend to fold, or not that this is my action because I'm too long in the business for that, but my first instinct is, better throw away. And then my brain starts thinking. And yeah, I know other people who are exactly the other way around, who are thinking like, he's full of shit. He's full of shit. I call. Maybe you can think about yourself. Which type are you? What are you doing? Are you going for the big spots? Are you folding in the big spots? Are you bluffing in the big spots? Are you, I don't know, catching in the big spots? Very, very interesting once we have that knowledge about ourselves and to get that ability to quickly find out how players are playing. So yeah, enough talking. I still need players here, right? So I'll pull that aside, show the full table, the sad empty table, and yeah, hope for some action. You could be the next one joining, whoever you are who is just listening. So. Okay, guys, we got a good hour left. Hour and 10 minutes stream. I need someone to come here. What are we doing, guys? Thinking about some more poker storytelling I can be doing, but I prefer talking about the game like I did before. Let me think, was there any interesting hand in particular we played? It was short stack, so pre-flop is the main thing. I mean, you have seen it. I was way too loose on the button. I was open raising any two for a while until I just made like one fold or so. Reason for that, that no one was 3-betting. So I have fold equity on my side with the chance that they fold. And the other option is that they call and I see a flop and realize my equity. Right, the spot that they 3-bet and I need to fold my hand just never happened like once or twice, while they should have against my like 25% or something like that, each of those players. So yeah, that was a big exploit I went for. Not sure how I then approached post flop. Just using that, clicking a little there to get some notes on the players first. Wasn't really pulling any big bluffs. Like I was going for some small bluffs, and the one guy I played the most again, he caught actually most of them. He checked back like his mid pairs, and I tried, and then I got pretty lucky actually in all the all-ins. And in that one run out where I made 2-pair over 2-pair, I think. Oh. Yeah, I turned an ace on a 3-heart board with the ace of hearts and river to 5, where villain had like, it's like 8-7, 5, ace, no, 8-7 something, ace 5, and he had 8-5. That was a good one for me. Now it's 1 hour left, guys. I don't have any more poker stories right now to tell, so I definitely need some action. You can buy in short stack, whatever you like. Isn't it Saturday night? Is here no one to play? Really surprising after all the full tables last time. I will stay here. 50 more minutes, guys. I still hope for action. I can only pray. It's up to you to join. Oy, oy, oy. Guys, I'm sitting here still waiting, praying for you to play with me. It's tough life, tough life. Half an hour to go. Still here. Right, so already telling you guys, tomorrow, I mean, I'm staying here another 25 minutes until the full hour, but tomorrow I'll be back same time. Hope to get some more action, so please tell everyone who might be interested in playing this game. And we got a good show, at least tomorrow. We got like a nice hour in, two-handed, heads up and three-handed, but yeah, last hour of waiting is a little draining. I'm here for playing, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We can't force anyone. So thanks already for everyone who tried with me. Maybe we get a chance and have a last 20 minutes a player in a second, but let's see. All right, so. Oh, CSS is back. So we got the last 50 minutes of action. Great to see. Good luck to you, my friend. I'll check this one. That's a small bet. I'll give it a go. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. 10-5. Yeah. Check. One more check. I was a little scared because I just told you my hand. I'm not sure whether you can hear me, but I think so. I just somehow read out my hand loud. So I'll try to not do that anymore. But thanks for letting me this one win this one with 10 high. Okay. Stop it. I see, you're not going anywhere. Want to see? Whoa, ooh la la, kings. Okay. Kings are a good hand. And you definitely earned it. For all my luck before. Okay. I could believe you sometimes. Pot. Yep, one more. Hello, Mr. Tom and Jerry. We got another 8 minutes to go, then I gotta leave. But good chance to double up. Or lose it all. Fair enough. I'm going to check. Always river. Always a 5. No more 5s on the river, please. Okay. Okay. I'm so bad, but I don't want to bluff you guys. No, not anymore. King 7. Yeah.